What the shit was that? No, 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 no. Hold on a second. We need to start that properly. Freaking OBS is what happens when you leave your computer on, but idling for a while, and all the hard drives just kind of stop. And they're like, whoa, hold on, he's recording? Well, let me upspin this bitch. Hold on a second. Clickety click as soon as I click. Yes. There you go. Hello. Hello. How's it going? Alright, I got a game plan. It's not Friday, it's Saturday. I know, I'm supposed to be working on the Witch of Endor game. But I didn't do shit yesterday, even though I had a lot of time. So I want to spend half of today doing maybe this, and then the other half we'll switch to Witch of Endor and see how much we can reclaim in terms of progress. Okay, so I'm gonna start simple. We need the survival ration bar, and we need the last breath can. This is gonna be like a single use, quick oxygen replenisher. Wasted 4 hours to do electrical drawing for a mate just because I'm a nice guy. Well, there you go. Because that's what nice guys do. Okay, so first things first. This is supposed to be a bar. It's like a survival granola bar type deal. Don't ask, don't tell. We don't know what it's made of. We don't ask questions we don't want to know the answers to. Okay. Let's scale this. Yeah. It's made out of digested kelp. Why digested? But digested by whom? The shit. Okay. You know, hold on a second. Why don't I make a copy of this? So this is, what is this, survival ration bar? Okay, and then the copy of it is survival ration bar, but high. Okay, now we can select all this crap. We're basically just beveling the whole thing now. But before I do that, I need to apply scale. Control B. There we go. Alright, perfect. Let's go to sculpt. And then I'm gonna remesh this sucker. Nice. I need to scrape. Grab my brush. Let's not tip over any drinks. Okay. This is basically going to be like some sort of a perforated chocolate thing. That looks like ass. I know what I need to do. Sure. And I'm gonna delete faces only. And I'm gonna use this as a guide. Domino protein bar. Oh boy. I wonder what that thing has been. There we go. Now if I mirrored it across the x-axis, it would have been done. Okay. Why did I not mirror it? Again. Mmm. Delicious. Nice. Alrighty. Yeah, sure. That works. I'm gonna save this. Assets, models, items. What do we have? Inventory items. Okay. Survival ration bar. Slap it into a packaging. Yeah. But then, if we slap it into a packaging, there's no point in modeling the actual thing itself. I wrong. Good day. Okay. That's exactly the point. Alright. Okay. Let me get substance real quick. Just a really small 512 by 512 texture will do just fine for this. Okay, in the meantime, let's go ahead and unwrap this thing. Chocolate bar, precisely. Or a survival bar. Something analogous. Yeah. There we go. That's much better. Okay. Export, sublunars, assets, textures, substance. Okay, so this is This is low poly. This is the high poly. Arong, what are you up to? Bar, we're texturing the low poly. And then just gonna bake 512 is perfectly fine. Okay. Got a few seams here. Oh, you know what? That's because the source maps are really low. Okay, just marginally better. Okay, let's get, what is it? It's a type of processed food garbage. Of course, we're gonna go with like a grayish brown. It's pretty rough. Crumples. Interesting. Started working on old prototype for a space game with loading origin. Loading origin. Okay, there we go. We'll do that. Is it like moldy? Okay. It looks gross and awesome. It's the ideal space food. Perfect representation of the space food. Have you ever watched documentaries of the ISS space station? How they have a toilet and they go number 2, and there's a basically a cup they press against their butt cheeks, and then they go, and it has a vacuum thing that sucks out stuff. You imagine shortly after you do that, you walk out, you look out the window, and then it's just like the thing floating in outer space slowly in zero gravity. It's like, oh. Oh man, I know they repurpose water. I sure hope not. They don't repurpose the rest of it. It's like, here's your granola bar. Why does it have corn chunks sticking out of it? I think they are collected. They're collected and they're then just like sent to be burned up into orbit. So, you know, if you ever look up in the sky and you see a shooting star, chances are it's not a shooting star, but it's a turd from the ISS space station. You just wished upon the ISS space station turd. I don't think your wish is coming true, Timmy. Okay, perfect. This looks gross as hell. Fantastic. Oh. Yeah, I'm just destroying this thing now. Well, we could technically add just a little bit of extra height to it. Alright. I'd say that's pretty good. Save it. Disgusting ass thing. Sublinaris, assets, textures, substance, survival bar. I should just have a voiceover of the characters just saying, "Ugh, disgusting." Just like a rare occasion. Okay, we are going to export. Sublinaris engine, textures, substance, survival bar. The old Minecraft herd sound. Ooh. Okay, let's get dot combined, no height. The rest is, yeah, okay. Check this. Come on, give me the size. 512. Beautiful. Okay, I'm gonna copy this because we still need an item icon. Let's give it material. Also, I don't know how big this thing is. Probably entirely too big. Image texture. Albedo. That is not the correct object. It's this one, the low poly one. Although, curiously enough, I suppose it's okay. Make sure it's non-color data. Beautiful. ORM. How do we break? Split? Split into individual channels. Let's see how this is done. Blender, split RGB shader. Separate RGB node. That's what we want. Okay. Occlusion, don't need. Or roughness. This is going to be non-color data. And then metallic. Sure. Okay, we need a camera. A camera. We're going to be looking through it. The dimension, render dimensions, is 128 by 128. That's the size of an icon. Get the view to lock through the camera. We position it like this. Make the most use out of the available space. Okay. A bit of bevel on the edges is in 2D, in the high poly version. I got bevel on the edges. Do I have a particular convention for the icons? Well, these are not really filled. Textured. It seems like red, warm on the left, cold on the right. Okay. Ugh. These two colors are highlighting all the wrong, least appetizing aspects of this thing. Jeez. Okay. I'll just light this thing up. I want one. I don't think you do. Okay. Just gonna do this. There we go. Just reduce the specular value. Alrighty. Before we render, I need transparency. The shit? Oh. Right. No grid. No high poly. Nice. Okay, this is gonna go to engine, sprites, UI, inventory items. Survival bar. Beautiful. Okay. And then we need to export the model. OBJ. The model might be entirely too ginormous. We'll find out in a moment. Textures, no, this is engine. Models. Inventory items. Survival bar. Object. Hey Vishal, good day. Perks of not sleeping. Well, that's not good. Perks of not sleeping. I get to watch the stream. Alright. What do our items... Inventory items. What do our items use? I think they all use rigid bodies. Yeah, as we've done since forever. Okay. Rigid body. 3D. Okay, this is survival. What's the full name of it? I have like 3 names. Survival ration bar. Okay. Mesh instance. Survival ration bar. And then when I quickly bake the map, I didn't call it anything. Okay, this is ORM. Technically, it would be nice to put the survival ration bar in with some other textures, but don't have anything else, so let's get this done. This is not textures, by the way. We're saving a material. Generate material. Material saved. Good. Beautiful. I love it. I could choke on it already. Looks like a stamped turd. Oh no. Okay, objects. Inventory items. Okay, how big is this thing? I bet this thing is ginormous. Let's see. Far side. What? Okay. Did I not save it? It's either ginormous or it's tiny. Oh, it's... Jesus Christ. Okay, it's a little big. It's a little big. But, so here's the thing. If we're done with the texture, I can just scale it in Blender. But if we ever come back and I export it again, the scale of the object will affect the scale of the texture and substance. So I think it might actually be better to scale this thing down here, which is something I never do because, you know, I don't know, OCD or some shit. Shape. Rectangle. I like for objects to be off the correct size right from the get-go. But I think in this case it's a little bit inevitable. It's a Mike Tyson-sized street. Okay, let's take a look. Far side. Okay, that I think is a little bit better. Been active in read on Discord server, has to say. Pretty awesome people there. Uh-oh. Well, there goes that. What do I usually give these things? Mass 1, gravity scale 1. I think the generic item sets the gravity automatically. Yup, 0.01. Okay, so we are going to make... Oh. Okay. Gonna make this survival ration. Expand generic inventory item. As a matter of fact, I think it can just be... Whoops. I think it just directly be using the generic inventory item script, because there's really nothing about this that needs to be unique. It's just item ID and then amount. Okay, so I'm gonna make sure it has an ID, and in the master node, let's do this. Set up item ID. We could come up with some weird dystopian product names, like a NutriServe bar, nutrition survival bar. The single-use oxygen top-up is literally called Last Breath. Last Breath. There you go. Ration bar. Survival bar. Okay. So amount is 1. Max amount is 1. Okay. Now what the hell is max amount? I believe we're not... Are we stacking things? I don't think we're stacking things. Eat or die. Have you ever had sleep for dinner? No? Then try this survival ration bar. The next best option. Okay, cool. Nice. Oh god, it's casting a giant ass shadow. What else is it missing? Has to be a part of the group, I believe. Yup. Which group? Inventory item group. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. We have it. We have picked it up. Oh. Particles are popping in and out of existence. That's okay. Okay, so that works. What's next? Next we need the last breath. If you made it global, you need to check the checkboxes. Ah, that might be a good thing to do. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna apply subdivision modifier here. This looks ugly as shit. Okay. Crying out loud, the freaking auto angular shit. Stop it. Clear, sharp. And see, now I have to do it by hand. Useless piece of garbage. Didn't somebody make a plugin that returns the old options back? Checkbox to keep edge sharp. Is that it? Right. It still applies it, by the looks of it. Okay. Why am I even using this version? 4.2 is much better. I don't update as soon as a new version drops immediately. Unless it got something that I need. I mean, what's better in 4.2 that I should upgrade? Models, inventory, items. Okay, this is assets. Yes. Last breath can. Okay. So this looks pretty decent. think if I do unsubdivide here, what is it? Decimate? Subdivide? Oh, fascinating. Okay, so that's clearly not going to work. What the? Son of a gun. There we go. Well, for starters, it's LTS. What does LTS mean? Long-term support. Okay, so what am I getting? Currently 4.2.3. Like, it being LTS doesn't really constitute a reason to transition. Auto smoothing situations handle much better there. Not sure in what way. Just the setup with the new extension system will be a bit of a hassle, but it's still way better. It will be supported longer for updates. Right. What updates? Right? Like, none of those things are a reason for me to update right now. Okay. This actually looks pretty decent. Okay. I am going to let's see. Filter mask can. I'm gonna duplicate collection. Hide this. Convert to mesh. And then we'll just do something like this. Smart TV project. And then see how that works out. 73% use space, 74. 74. Sure. Let's export. We're not going to do a high poly version of this. We just do low poly and texture that right away. Assets, textures, substance, last, breath, can. Selections only. New project. Yes. I'd like to save. Nice. Bakey, bakey. Oh. So I'm thinking the mask itself is going to be relatively white. Okay. The can is going to be more gray. Like gray and metal. Like that. Maybe these things also. Okay. I don't want to do stripes. Warning stripes. Okay. Dang it. Very wonky. That looks terrible. Okay. Just for that, I think I could hypothetically unwrap it. Let's see. Let's say we're going to stop here. So mark seam. We're going to limit it to only the seam. Unwrap it. No, unwrap it normally. And then select the rest. Pack it up. That takes up the bottom piece. That is perfect. Okay, good. So then I can do this. Export OBJ. Yep. Re-import mesh. Just gonna rebake. Rebake real quick. There we go. And then because of that, I should be able to set my rotation to 0. And then I can basically do this. Interesting, except the projection has to be set to UV. Mm-hmm. Okay. I think it wraps around. No, no, it doesn't wrap around. That's perfectly fine. That is actually curious. Oh, that's because that right there is the wraparound point. Got it. Well, that is basically... Oh, God. Ah, right. Nice. Okay, so we don't care about this seam because it's not supposed to be in here. Okay. Where trim sheet shine? Yeah, but I'd have to combine trim sheet and then pop it in here for crevice dirt and deposits and all that stuff. If I do that, I might as well just do the whole thing here. It's a skill issue. Okay, so I feel like I should do dark gray with bright orange stripes. Okay, and then in this black mesh, we're gonna add a paint layer. And I just need to get rid of the centerpiece. There we go. And that's because we're going to stamp something else here. Maybe like under pressure symbol. What is the under pressure? Pressure hazard symbol. Yeah, that doesn't seem right. Yeah, I'm sure that's what it is, but it's not a sign you commonly see. Compressed gas. All right. Generic danger sign. Probably, if I don't find something interesting. Maybe the caution. Come on. You bitch. It's this guy. Yeah, that actually works. Oxygen is O2? Yes. O2. Okay. I'm going to quickly put together a map. So we have O2s stamped around the perimeter. All sorts of O2s. Okay, so this has to be white on black. Okay, let's save this. This is going to be assets, sublunars, assets, textures. I guess this would be alphas. O2. Okay. And we're gonna, whoops, don't combine. Don't want that. Bung. Subsistence. Nope, not engine. Assets, textures, alphas, O2 PNG. Okay, these are alphas. I don't think there's going to be any prefix for it. Good. Slap that right there. Hmm. Maybe the O2 would be better in here, in front. And then caution would adorn the various edges. Considering that we can look at this thing from all sorts of angles. Even though, you know, from the first use you'll kind of know what this thing is. Okay, that's cool. Let's get paint scratch. Although it makes sense for this to be the underlay. And then go into masks, paint, old paint, small cracks. Now in that case, we gotta be here. Okay. I think we do need to make an extra generator for... Whoop. Okay, not quite. We're gonna have to nest it and then apply it. There's actually paint old that seems to have much larger detail. There we go. Beautiful. It's like slightly scratched off. Of course, there's the age-old question. If this is a brand new manufactured can, why does it come pre-scratched? We're just gonna say, shh, quiet you. There's a stamp where you can input text. Yes, I know, but you can't choose the fonts, as you have mentioned. Okay. I'm gonna mark it a bit more red, because red is for oxygen. Actually, is it green or red? Oxygen canister. Okay. What is it? Tank? Oxygen tank? Green. Green. What the hell is red then? Argon? Okay. Actually, that works, because the orange and green work quite well together. Alright, so that's pretty good. Maybe I am not going to keep these things in the same group. I'm gonna do a separate piece for them. Filters. I'm gonna save this real quick. The green-yellow combo. Yeah, it's contrasting colors work pretty well. Okay, filters. I'm gonna go for a more plasticky look to it. Need to duplicate that layer. Drop. And then we're gonna do some slight variation. Mask has to be set up with triplanar mapping, which it already is, at least one of them. Yeah, okay. mask. Alright, now you have white. What the heck? There we go. And then we're gonna do a copy, slightly gray. That looks like marble. Okay. That is a little bit better. Okay, I am gonna give it a fill. Black mask. Whoops. We're going to only occupy this inner side. Sure. It's going to be black. I'm only going to make it be affected by dust occlusion. And it's going to be consuming light, very rough. Looks like a smoker's been using this thing. God damn. Okay. Interesting, but it kind of applied itself to everything. Doesn't look too bad. It's just not what I want. I think that's because the mask that we have applied is overriding everything we've selected. Okay, let's do black mask. Yes. We're gonna put this in here. Apply the black mask. Funny thing is, you know what? It's probably would have been easier if I just took a paint layer or a fill layer if I want to make it adjustable. We are going to make it black, rough, metallic, and then apply black mask. And then just grab a brush of some kind. Basic soft. Just do this. Okay. It's just a black void. Suck it up. Okay. Think this will do. Nice. When I look at this, I have an innate, unrecognizably indescribable goal to tell, hey, you citizen, pick up that can. Okay. Alright, that works. I think we can extract this. I think it would be nice if I could just take a screenshot here and use that as the icon. What size is this, by the way? This should really be like 1K texture. Huh. Aside from slightly blurry text, 512 is actually holding up pretty well. Export texture. Without no height. Substance. This is last breath can. Beautiful. Pop back in here. Image texture. Mm-hmm. Instead of zooming in, make more sense to do this. Instead of moving the camera in, just zoom it in. There we go. Maybe this first slide should just be white. The second one could be cold. Normal map color. Go in there. Nice. It doesn't seem to be actually doing anything. Oh, no, it is. It's just very subtle. Okay. Alright. Seems like it's missing. I don't think there's such a thing as occlusion. Occlusion is just applied on top of something, isn't it? I am going to move this light because it's covering up the caution symbol. Soften it maybe. Nice. Alright. Transmission, transparent. Render image. Okay, yes, potentially could work. Sure. I feel like it would be nice if there was a silhouette, a rim light going across here. Oops. Yo, what's up? What's up is good. What's up with you? Let's call this... What is it called? This is, Last Breath Can. Okay. And there we go. Let's just take this. File, export, OBJ. This now goes to the engine, models. Inventory items. There we go. Okay. This is a survival ration. I'm going to save scene as. Last breath can. For the collisions, I think we can do a simplified convex. Yes. Beautiful. Nice. And then last breath can, substance textures. There we go. Quick load. And then populate it into all three. And there we go. We got our item. Now, Roughness is set to 1, metallic is set to 1. Interesting that that actually works in this project, but not in the other one. Normal map. Occlusion. Yes. Nice. Well, that worked out pretty well. If you guys have a better name for the can of last breath as a dystopian product name, give me options. Shoot them this way. I have a lot of dialogues. How do I make the system organized? Do I make a lot of resources, a lot of nodes with each one for every object? When you have a lot of dialogues, it all comes down to how you store it. My dialogues in my projects are organized into a JSON files. And then, based on which character I'm talking to, they will load their own dialogue file. And their dialogue is confined to their own file. That's how I handle it. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah, that seems to work. Man, I gotta say, it's a little annoying to stay afloat. Take. So maybe I should say take, and then the name of the item. There we go. Okay. Also, the particle visibility layer or visibility size is smaller, so when we look away, particles tend to disappear. Does it allow language translation? It will allow if you program it in a way that allows it. Add some font to this text. Yes, all in due time. Got to-do list to get through first. Okay, so it was an hour and 30 minutes. Not too bad. I'll just strike through here. Strike through. So, check your Godot docs for multi-language support. There's some built-in Godot stuff for multi-language handling. Like, for example, based on the chosen language, it will load a different set of files. That would be integrated in the engine, so you piggyback off of those systems. Okay. Cool. So we got that set up. Why don't I take a 10-minute, and then we'll come back and handle some more of this stuff. Cool. All right, quick break. Alrighty, we're recording. We got everything under control. Perfect. Cool. So, we made survival ration, and we made the last breath can. Now, I actually want to make an animation for the player's FPS hands for consuming the last breath can. I think we are missing the offset. It's got to be in the center like this. I'm going to re-export it. Is it going to nuke my material? Possibly. Yep. All right. Nice. So, let's open this. We need to open the player FPS hands. Oh god, which one? April, May, this one. July, this one. Just join the Discord. Yep, I saw it. Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay. So we got props. Props. I'm going to import the obj over the item. Also, I do have to keep in mind, this thing is scaled to half the size here. So you gotta be careful. Yes, because we duplicated the scene. Alright, fair enough. So, inventory item. Oh, that's big. Scale that down. Can filter. Wait, why'd you separate it? I don't want that. J. Last breath. Do not split. Scale. Apply scale. Beautiful. Now I'm thinking that the left hand is going to be the one to use this, to equip this. So I'm going to give it child of constraint. Oh, that's not a constraint. We need to go here. Child of. Don't inherit scale. Armature. Item. Wrist item right. Oh, the left hand doesn't have an item bone. That's not good. We'll have to get one. Okay. Now, let me grab one. Okay, so this is right. This is left. Okay. To left. Beautiful. Alright. What is this? Light stick grab. I am going to duplicate the idle. Okay, this is use last breath can. Protected. Need to make sure that this bone in relations is not physically connected. There we go. Okay, we're gonna hold it by the can. We're gonna hold it by something else. I say that's a lot of influence over there. I think when designing these props, not only do you have to think about what the prop will look like, but also how does the hand interact with it. So, ooh. This is some of my broken ass fingers. What? Why are you like this? What happened? Were you not recording everything I just did? We have the record enabled. Huh. That's a little weird. Wait, is that the actual size of it? That can't be right. Half? Oh. It recorded it. Right. Yeah, gotta be careful with that. Now at this point, I don't know if this is the real scale or if it's a quarter scale. Let me double check this. See, that right there is the real scale. So this has to be this big. No frames. I think we might want to grab it by this thing. Okay, so we don't want this item going anywhere. We will start down here. maybe we should do keyframes first. Okay, so we're gonna have it press against the face a little bit more. Then decide if you want to join choices when interacting with something. And yes and no happens. I mean, if you want the branching decisions and branching paths, that could help. Okay. By the way, when we're done, we're supposed to discard it. We could make it be discarded by quite literally just releasing the item from remote transform, and then it just kind of floats away by itself. can't really see the bottles, unfortunately. Yes, it doesn't have to be visible in the animation, because it's supposed to be a fairly quick thing. But you will see it when it's manufactured, when you pick it up, when you drop it down. It's kind of like the stim packs in Fallout. There's a very quick animation in Fallout 4 of the characters stabbing themselves with a stim pack, which most of the stim pack is kind of obscured by the hand. But you can still see it in the inventory and up and about in the world. Okay. We'll see how it plays out. Okay. Okay. What was the shortcut for jumping to the next keyframe? Oh, up and down. Right. The amount of shenanigans happening with the bones right now is all sorts of weird. But, you know, we have twist bones. So this right here is where we would let go. The left hand is doing this whole thing. The right hand doesn't really have to be doing much of anything else, because I may end up even controlling the left and the right hands separately. Okay. We'll see if we can make it detach at this point and just kind of float off using physics. If we're holding something, I think we either might want to hide the other hand and just have that animation override whatever we might be doing with the other hand, or we just continue holding or doing whatever it is that we're doing with the other hand, and then have the animation kind of return. Anyways, let's see. So 70 frames is what we got. 70 frames is what we're gonna push in here. Use last breath can. Nice. Okay, we'll disable the props. I should probably not be disabling it that way. There we go. I'll export GLTF. Engine models, player, FPS hands, and then the animation would be exported. Yeah, I think we're in this one. I think we're already using the names of the NLA tracks as the names of the animations. So we want to export NLA tracks. Which I might actually want to make that as a preset. Okay. Alright, well. God be with us. Let's see. Please don't break too much. While we are administering the last can of breath, we're gonna have to lock our movement. The look around should still work, but that's about it. Okay. Now then. How are we going to use this? I mean, if we have a tool selected, left clicking is how we interact with that tool. We might have a conflict actually. So far we are actually interacting with various objects, like picking up various objects. We're doing so by left clicking, but if we have a tool selected, then left clicking is going to end up using the tool. Right. Okay. The prep inventory, interact process. This is where we're handling the interaction code. Left action. Place the item into first available inventory slot. Yeah. So this might be a bit of a problem. Might present some conflicts with various activities. Alternatively, we could say that if you're looking at something, the left click prioritizes what we're looking at. We have interact process. Let's do tool process. Okay. Now, first we'll check if the interact collider is null. Okay. If the interact collider is null, then we're not looking at anything interactable. Okay. So if we click left action, I guess this would actually depend on which item we're equipping. So I think I should start by checking our inventory to see if it's got some item equipped. And then based on the ID, then we can handle if it's a left click or left hold. Okay. Tool. What the? Tool process. Yes. So if inventory has hotbar slots, yes, no. Selected hotbar slot specifically. So if we have an item under the selected hotbar slot, then check item ID. So we're going to do inventory, access the selected hotbar slot, access the ID, check if it is what? We have our last breath can. So this would be, I suppose we could do this as a match statement. Sometimes I'm weary of using match statements for, well, maybe I'll need some sort of other condition, and an additional condition. Okay, so if it's the last breath can, please don't delete that. Then, if we've just pressed the left action, then we're supposed to put ourselves into a state, and we're supposed to instantiate the last breath can. Yes. And then we're supposed to tell ourselves to play this animation. I'm hoping I can do this without having to rely on like multiple animation blendings together. Yeah. Like left and right hand blending and playing different animations. Okay, last breath can, if we left click. I guess first thing is instantiate the last can of breath. So var new item equals, we can get the item, let's see, we load the scene, instantiate immediately. Okay, that gives us a new item. Can of breath. Then get tree current scene add child can of breath. Okay. Then, well, then we need to attach it. Okay. Which kind of makes me wonder, maybe we should have animated it using the right hand, since we're not really, well, making two animation playbacks at the same time. Okay. Okay, where's our armature? Armature? Hello? UI, canvas, VR. God, we've been slacking on the VR part, but then again, we don't really have that much stuff that needs to be ported to VR yet. Okay, that's fine. Jeez, where is this thing? There's the joystick left. No, that's for the thruster suit. FPS hand. I know, I'm blind, man. Flippin' blind. FPS hands. There we go. Jesus. Okay. So, what do we have here? Held item remote. Held item right. Guess I can just do this. Left. Okay. Wrist item right, and then we'll do wrist. Wrist item left. Huh. Okay. What the shit? It's not here. What? Did you do it? Did you export? Sublunars. Engine. Yes. This is 2.1 megabytes. That's gotta be... It's gotta be the one. Yes, and it's called FPS Hands in the project too. Maybe it didn't update it? Okay. There we go. Okay. Wrist item left. There we go. Nice. Held item remote. So we are going to be talking here. Target or remote path. We're going to be taking this, getting the path of the can of breath, and that's going to make it targeted. Now, identifier interact collider not declared in current scope. It is a local variable. Fair enough. Okay, and then we need to tell our armature, specifically the animation player, to play use last breath can. Okay. I know we still have to set ourselves to be in a state, so prevent the interaction. Okay. I also need to do something about the caustics following the player, because we can see moving shadows. Oh, okay. It already tried to use it. No ID. Because it's not just ID, it's item ID. Maybe someday I'm gonna standardize this shit. If it's an ID in one game, it's the ID in every game. Not item ID or this ID or inventory ID. Okay. Well, I have no idea what happened. But it seems like we've just used it immediately. Okay. It is dropping the other one, but I think, again, I think it's because our state is constantly overriding our code. So state equals using last breath. Okay. Make an add-on for the inventory. Maybe. It's not the inventory part, it's like all of these interactions. Okay. Where is our state code? What is it called? FPS animations? State machine handler? Hand animation process. State idle. We'll do this. Yes. You can see that it's doing this. Oh, you're lucky. You're late. You're never late. A wizard is always on time. Oh, can I please do that? Thank you. And okay. Your nutrition bar looks yummy. Thanks. Lovely. Okay, can I please have it actually play the animation? I think we can't actually do that because we are now working on the state machine. Yeah. Which means we now have to handle it using the animation tree. Whoa, okay. Alright. Let's see here. What do we got? So we know that we're gonna get a new state. Add animation, use last breath. When this is done, it is going to connect to, suppose, let's go straight for idle. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Now, let's remind ourselves, how do we launch these things? Light sticks grab. Travel. Okay. Got it. Tool process. I must admit, the fact that we're constantly syncing is a little bit annoying. Let me turn that off for the time being. Do I have gravity scale here? No, we don't, so it's just a constant. And let me set angle of damping. I think this is one of those cases where I have to forego a little bit of realism for not having an annoying ass experience. And now I can't look. There we go. Alright. Okay. Well, it creates it. It doesn't want to play the damn animation. Okay. Why, oh why? Let's see. Whenever we tell it to travel, we do set the state to be in vessel. Animation state, light stick, grab. Okay. Now I know that this works because we do spawn in and grab a can of breath. Animation state, travel, use last breath can. Did we not set up the transition correctly? Okay. So we have this. Play mode travel. Play mode forward. Uh-huh. The switch has to be at end. I think it just immediately starts transitioning to the idle without waiting for the animation to be done. Okay. Yes. Except, oh god. Alright, perfect. We got progress. Exceptions. Piano breath. Add collision exceptions with self. And then self will add exceptions to collision with piano breath. Cool. We made progress. Good old dang old state machines. Parse error. Add collision exception with. Right? Nice. So when we let go, this is something that we do right around, let's see, right around here. So right here, I'm actually gonna have it run a function that will let go of the item. But before we can add it, I have to save the animation. So use analyze breath, save to file, keep custom tracks, animations, layer, use last breath can. Okay, alright. Or crash my entire project, that's an option too. I think I'm gonna add some sort of a harpoon automated, not automated, but like a crossbow harpoon type thing. Also, I don't think we're going to be storing live fish in our inventory like you do in Subnautica. Oh look, a peeper. Let me just put it in my back pocket. That giant eyeball of yours can stare at my ass for the next 12 hours. Alright, what did it save? What did it lose? FPS. Add a rope to the harpoon and you can use it as a grappling hook. I was gonna do a gravity gun type situation, so you can fetch things that are out of reach. But I'm not gonna make it like you hold it down and it just flies automatically to you. You have to direct in which orientation it's gonna fly, and then left click and it'll just give it a bit of a nudge. Okay, so we do have the animation saved, which means, there we go, we can add tracks now. So right around here, why is this so long? This is supposed to be 2.9 seconds. Yeah, this is way too long. Okay, now please, just export it and update it. Don't make me do that whole thing again. What's Lucky up to these days? I need to protect me Lucky Charms. Okay. God damn it. Are we back to the Godot 4.3 point whatever? Yes. Yes, Lucky. You. It's like every time we update the file, it's gonna start crashing now. Oh yeah, Stalker 2 is coming out real soon. That's lovely. Balatro. Is that the name of the project? Okay. One more time. Hey, there we go. So now the animation isn't too long. That's good. So now, add... What do we add? I guess we can do a custom method here. So, func let go of can of breath. Okay, we're gonna do a method track player okay, I severely misspelled it. Can of breathe. Save it. So it actually shows up in the suggestions now. Nice. All right. So all we gotta do is we gotta talk to the left handle. Yes. Left. Yes. Wait. IK left. Held item left. This one. Set the remote path to be node path empty string. At least right now I should just let go of it. Stupid poker high score game. Oh man. If there's only one poker game that I would probably ever play, it would be the what's that early Telltale game where you had various characters from various IPs playing poker together? Poker Night something something? At the inventory? Okay, that works. We need to make it fly off though. So I'm gonna do this. Var held can get node, which is gonna supply the path in this remote path, and we know that it's a rigid body, so we can do apply central impulse, and we're just gonna take our camera and make it go in the direction where our camera is looking, at least for starters. Global transform dot basis dot z times -1. Why does it say dummy player with a warning sign? Dummy player with a warning sign? Okay. I mean, it's doing something in the animation player. Huh? Dummy player with a warning sign. I don't see what you're talking about, man. Apply torque impulse. Vector 3. Would be nice if we could do a random there at the bottom. Editing dummy animation player. Some animation player editor options are disabled since this is the dummy animation player for preview. The dummy player is forced active, non-deterministic, it doesn't have root motion track. Furthermore, I have no idea, man. First time seeing it. Yeah. Oh, now that I clicked on this one, it doesn't have that. That's interesting. Okay, vector 3. Rand F range. Okay. I'm just going to supply this. Subnautica, Sublunarisa. But basically, yeah. Oh god. Okay, let's not do that. Just do this. Give me a random rotation. Yeah, that works. It's not too bad. Just slow it down a touch. Also the angle of velocity. If it's a rigid body, could you just store the linear velocity mid-animation and reapply it at release? It would have to be the animation or the velocity of the bone. Oh, there we go. There we go, using it right away. There we go. Okay. It also makes the hand transition way too quickly. Why does it just jump to it? Fade time. 0.5 seconds. Okay. The problem is that we're using a remote transform node in order to dictate where rigid body is. Technically, I'm surprised that the physics engine does not just flip out and then make this thing fly off the side. It's really... Godot really does not like when you tell rigid objects where they have to be, as you might be familiar with. So the fact that this is working at all is nothing short of a miracle. Okay. Okay. Well, that works. It's littering, I know, right? 5 minutes on the alien planet, the first thing we do is litter the shit out of the ocean. Take that, fish. Where's that alien turtle? I have a 6-pack plastic wrapper with your name on it. Okay. Cool. What do we want to do in this case? We have... it needs to restock on some oxygen. So let's do func can o breath refill or top up. Okay. We have oxygen plus equals, I guess 50. We'll just arbitrarily pick a number for now. Oxygen has oxygen display. Max oxygen's 100. Love how Godot has a built-in. Godot have a built-in code editor. Yes, it's nothing really new. App Game Kit, Game Maker Studio, Unity have their code editors. Some people actually choose to use an external one too. Recently, I've learned recently. Jesus Christ, I can't read. There's even a freeze mode to move an item manually, but it still makes it collide with objects. I've had, maybe I implemented it wrong, but I've had experience where I freeze it, I move it, I unfreeze it, and it spazzes out. It's like, whoa, I'm not supposed to be here. Just skedaddle on over here. Hydro let go. Cool. Okay, so we got fuel cell. Oxygen. Oxygen. We need to call this function in the animation. Thankfully, we already saved the animation, so we can just go here. Right there. Just call this function. You need to set freeze mode to kinematic. Okay. That's useful. Okay. Hey. You know what? I like that kind of a rotation. What if I make that be the rotation that it always goes with? What was that rotation? That was a rotation along the x-axis. So I'm gonna go to let go. Let's see, player. Let go can of breath. Okay, so instead of doing random torque, I'm just gonna copy it. We're gonna take global transform dot basis dot x. We're gonna use that. Store the velocity before freezing and apply it after avoid spasm. But it's not being moved by itself. It's being moved by a bone. So I'd have to calculate the bone's velocity and rotation. Okay, nice, except can we do that in the opposite direction? And then slightly smaller. Okay. Still spinning in the opposite direction. Matter of fact, I don't think that would change anything. We're gonna try something. We're gonna do the y-axis. Do like this. And the object's velocity even when moving by bone, by comparing global position delta each time. Yes, I know. That's how you can calculate where the object has been. But it seems like it's a lot of work for something relatively simple. 100% accurate. Not 100% accurate, but close enough. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try to move it. Move the animation or the frame where it lets go just a little bit earlier. Right here. And then we're gonna keep the velocity as it was before. Just wrote the function for it, the integrate forces. Yeah, there we go. That's perfect. Except when we let go, the state needs to go back idle. Otherwise, we're just stuck in that state, never to be able to move again. As a matter of fact, we do still allow the player to move, but there's no stroke. There we go. They have this little stroke that when the hands push back, causes them to go forward a little bit faster. But yeah, that works. We just need to remove the inventory item. Oh man, this is pretty cool. Hey, get back here. Nice. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna let the player just hover in the same space. Also, I saw the gentleman who's helping me with the sounds for this game. He has one of those mice where you can disconnect the limits, and you can like spin the mouse insane. And he basically did this, and I'm like, no, son of a bitch. The God rays are shy. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to do something about that. Cool. All right, now that's been another hour. What did we do? We're technically not entirely done with the gas, the cano breath, because I want to be able to have little like bubbles spew out of it. Let's see. GPU particles. Let me see if I can quickly set this up. Particle. It's going to be a quad mesh. Do I have a material? I know I have a material. It's the oxygen top up. Whoops. Top up station. We have a material that we've used for something similar. Like that. You know what? Why don't I just yoink this out of here? Paste it in. I am going to make it slightly more violent. We're going to do copy or make unique. It is not going to be a one-time thing, at least not right now. It should not be this big. And we do want to have some velocity. Okay, that might be a bit much. Let's do 32. Nice. That's what we're going to end up seeing. Maybe a little bit much. Okay. That works. I'm going to duplicate. Set duplicate. Nice. Okay. Now, this is going to go back to being one time. And even though I could give it a function, or give it a script that deviates from generic item, I feel like I should just talk to these nodes directly in the player. Actually, no. Because once we do this in VR mode, the way we apply this is totally different. We actually have to physically grab it, put it on our face, and then it's going to be used. So, we should make it be extending the last breath so that we can, not have to reprogram the whole thing for VR mode. Okay. Let's go to scripts, inventory item, last scan of breath. Yes. We don't need this. We need a function called use. Or interact, I guess. Maybe. It's not really the conventional type of interaction. I'm going to do this, then this. Emitting sets to true. Okay. Does the generic item know which player the item belongs to? No. Hand gesture. Grab location, grab rotation. I think that's irrelevant now. Okay. Fair enough. So I'm just gonna call this interact for the time being. And then hand of breath top up. This is where we use it. So I'll have to, again, acquire the item, and then tell it to interact, and then it'll top up the oxygen. Uh-oh. Why? Oh. Hey, okay, it works if it wasn't for the weird-ass stuttering. Okay. Whatever you say, then. I think the camera has a bit of a jerk to it. Okay. That's fine. We'll figure that out later. Pop up. Just popped up in my recommendations. Reminds of Subnautica. Yeah, well, that's what it's inspired from. Most of my games are inspired from games that I like myself, so, it's Don't Starve with the Child of Ether. It's Subnautica with Sublunaris. It's Fallout with Atomicon. Good thing Dreadtail doesn't remind anybody of anything, although it's starting to get a little close to Fallout again. That's just what it is. A lot of my games are just inspirations of games that I like to play. Does it instantiate another copy of the script if you inherit from it? Yes. Oxygen. that could be the case of stutter. I mean, let's take a look. Well, the item doesn't exist anywhere in the level, so the game has to, load it and cache it. There we go. So now there's no stutter in the animation, or in the game. We just need the stutter for the camera, because there's a tiny bit of a frame in the idle that it tends to do this. You have to preload it. Yes. Well, once you have at least one of them in the level, no big deal. But yeah, you have to kind of preload the whole thing. When do we tell it to travel? Is there a smooth way to travel? Or is this it? Does it only travel in a immediate transition? Reset and teleport. Transitions from the current state to another state following the shortest path. Right, we'd have to define that shortest path, otherwise it just starts with it. Well, those bubbles do add a lot. Yeah, once we add sound effects, that's going to be even better. I could also mess around with FOV. Which, it's only going to be useful in the FPS version, non-VR version, but it is still possible. Cool. Okay, it's been an hour and 13 minutes. Let's take a break. 10 minutes. We'll come back, and then keep knocking these things off the list. Let's see. Switching, I guess, using breath can. What do we got? Mining tool, polygon. Mining by hand prevents swimming while holding tool until autopilot upgrade is purchased. I need to redo the receptacle for the canisters because the sound guide told me, actually pointed out a useful piece. My canisters have different sizes based on how much hydrogen they have. The largest hydrogen cells that you can build end up having the smallest insert animation, which is not really the greatest. So we're probably going to have to make the hydrogen cells be horizontal rather than inserted laterally. And that way we will be able to see each hydrogen cell size much easier. We'll have to redo the animation, but all 3 hydrogen cells will be able to reuse the same animation then. Not the best, but it is what it is. We had to figure it out the hard way. Cool. All right, break time. Alrighty, there we go. Perfect. Back in business. So, what's the first thing we should do here? Go back. Back. Back again. Guess who's back? Okay, let's do mining tool. We have a miner attachment to the vessels, but that one uses lasers. I don't want to go with lasers for mining, because I feel like it's a little too, well, obvious. So I think what I'm going to try is maybe put together some kind of an ultrasonic type device. Fractures the elements. And also the mining, I'm going to see if maybe we can do some like a piece of mineral that is surrounded by several segments that need to be broken apart. So it's going to be, let's see, something like this. So we've got our piece of mineral that we'd like to get our hands on. And it is going to be covered, let's say, with almost like a shell of 3 other chunks, 3 or 4. And what we have to do is we have to use the mining machine to break apart these chunks, and it would require us to break, let's say, anywhere like 2 or 3 before the whole mineral gets loose. That's what I'm thinking for the hand mining. In Subnautica, you can pick up loose resources just that lie around. You don't really need to mine for them. At least my memory is correct on that. That might be okay. Now, what are we going to use for the mining tool? What do you guys think? Like 2 cylinders type thing. I like the laser plasma cutter from Left 4 Dead. Not Left 4 Dead. Dead Space. That seems like a pretty cool concept. Maybe we can try something like that. Now it's technically lasers, sure. I want to make it satisfying. The rotating one, yeah. When you get the 2 halves attached to the gun, and there's like 2 lasers coming off of it, and you can rotate it left and right or up and down. That was a really satisfying combat mechanic, when you can rotate the gun and line up the shot with the limbs of the aliens. So maybe we can do something like that, but instead of having 2 lasers, it's like a continuous laser beam. You know, we've got all sorts of particles reflecting in the laser. The saw blade in Half-Life 2. Yeah, with the gravity gun. We were just talking about that too. Hmm. We could hypothetically do something with like a beam. It's not a laser beam per se. Maybe also consider making a mini game out of mining where it's not just point and click and wait. It's more like a couple of quick time events, or you know the reloading mini game in Gears of War, a little slider that goes from one end to another, and then there's a little region, and if the slider goes to the right and you catch it within that region, you get an instant reload. I know I played the remake. The Left 4 Dead remake looks great. I gotta say, I haven't really gotten a lot of news about these remakes. Rust turned mining and wood chopping into a fun minigame. Yeah, something like that. We could do something like maybe if we have the cluster. Let's see, where is it? Okay, so if we have the cluster, when we're mining it, a whole bunch of little markers appear, like right here, and then we have to point our laser to this, and then another one pops up over here. Now we have to point to this. Another one appears right here. We gotta point it to this, and then once all these markers are cleared, then we can do, break open the resource and pick it up. Potential way we can do it. I remember watching the trailer for it, not believing it will ever release. Man, I've owned the disc for Half-Life 2, the dual disc CD pack, or the triple, however many discs there were, but I couldn't fully play it until like years later. I remember playing it with like glitchy ass textures and half transparent floors, and I still enjoyed the shit out of it. But didn't really have gaming hardware, so to speak. I played Sin in the late 90s, early 2000s. I remember that game. Wasn't there like a introduction area where you were driving through this futuristic city? Sin episodes, was it? Somehow I think my cousin convinced me that that was a sequel to Half-Life Episode 2. Half-Life 2 Episode 2. I was like, man. And I think he believed it too. And I was like, this looks nothing like it. It's just something familiar about it because it's Source Engine. But this doesn't seem like a sequel. This makes no sense. Hmm. Kind of half tempted to go with something like this. I had 8 megabytes of RAM. The intro sequence was less than 1 FPS. I was sitting there watching excitement and joy. Oh no. See? You got all these plebs nowadays who are like, oh no, it's 59 frames. Ugh, what a disaster. Meanwhile, you and I sitting there playing at 15 frames, 10 frames, and having an absolute blast. It's whatever God or fate or whatever throws into our laps for entertainment. Do you guys remember 007 Nightfire? Man, I played the living shit out of that game. The interesting thing about childhood is that you'll play a game, and then you'll put it aside, and then in a year you'll forget it. And then you play it again, and it's almost like you're playing it for the very first time. Or maybe it's just me. Hmm. Time Commando? Don't remember that one. Childhood games are Undertale, Roblox, and Minecraft. Yeah, that's more modern stuff. Back when Roblox had good graphics. Okay. Hmm. We could hypothetically. make the mining be a part of the gun. Obviously, we'd probably want to do that so that we can reuse it in VR. As a matter of fact, I think our oxygen addition from the can of air should be also handled within the item itself. You know, I could do something like a power meter, and then you're supposed to let it charge up. You're supposed to send a very particular pulse of power into the chunk of mineable material. It could technically start like this, and then the beam could narrow down over time. Actually, you know what? We could do something like the power minigame in golf games, where you have a meter that goes up and down, and then you have to catch it when it's in the most optimal position, and that is going to determine how much power you're going to output using the mining gun. And if you catch it in the sweet spot a couple of times, you only need a couple of shots to be able to mine it. I think that would be kind of cool. A nice little mini game. And I think I might want to apply that to this type of laser gun. Okay. Alright, I think we have a pretty solid idea. We might even be able to combine it with this concept, where there's multiple mining points. Alright, let me save this. Assets. Concept art. Mining gun. Cool. I haven't deleted the original cube to insert a new one. Hell yeah, I'm an anarchist. Look at that. Cool. What if you just go ahead and directly yoink the laser from Dead Space? Okay, I want to do this, I want to do that. Well, that seems like a lot of work. If I do it between only the x value, position colon x instead of position dot x. This is uniquely for when you're setting up tween properties. You address the sub properties using colon instead of period. Okay, come on now. Don't need this. I'm gonna spend the rest of the night working on ragdolls and Godot never set one up. I've set one up using, I think I did, automated bone creation, and then just let it rip. Something I want to figure out is how to do partial ragdolls. When you have, let's say in the game called Boneworks, when you kick the nullman, kick this dude walking towards you, they'll kind of ragdoll partially. If you hit them harder, they'll ragdoll fully and fall through the floor. But you can grab them and they'll still try to maintain their walk cycle, but still allow you to kind of grab onto them. Let's see. I did one for the VR game with the guard and the floating ball. Maybe. I don't remember doing ragdoll. Maybe I didn't push it quite far enough. Oh, speaking of which, yeah, I need to put a bit more time into the VR one. Blending on between ragdoll mode and animations. Must be a bitch to get right. Yes. Looks hell of effective though. Clear scene, clear sharp. This is some messed up apologies, Jesus. No. Yeah. Hmm. Should use edge creasing more instead of extra edges. I wasn't really intending on smoothing or creasing it, but yes, you're right. So that detail's never going to be seen anyways. It's fine. Fine enough as it is. Hmm. I'm gonna lie, this looks like ass. Hmm. Free complexity. Double trouble. And I'm just trying to get some cheap complexity points. Doubling it up, mirroring it. That seems much better. This is actually one of those cases where I don't want to apply scale. This gets the job done pretty well. Okay, so if we're going to be wielding this from the right hand, then maybe the screen should be on this side. And then we're going to see the bar going up and down for adjusting the strength. We just have to time it right. Also, I need to fight the urge to end up with a retro-futuristic aesthetic again. Otherwise, I'll be editing, making this game. It's like, oops, I made Fallout again. God damn it. Retrofuturistic is awesome. That is true. Edge. Skew. Nope. Face. Shear. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Alright, Zoltan, sounds good. Appreciate the company. Okay, so that's going to be the display. We'll probably have to achieve the effect through a shader. Probably too much. The angle, this is the angle, which should be okay. However, the height might be a problem. Well, no mirroring. Matter of fact, that kind of screws up. Okay, close enough. Yep, that should be a-okay. Okay. Just double check something. That looks terrible. Let's not do that. I think what might not look terrible if I do this. Except for that. What happened here? Okay. We're not going to be spinning this thing around. At least not yet, I think. You can... Dude, I can't put my finger on it, but something about the auto-smoothing feature is just broken. They did something to it, and it sucks now. Can't tell what it is. Give me a quick second. Alright. Which version of Godot to use? I use 4.3. this cylinder, I don't know if it should be more or less rounded. Will the arm spin? I don't know yet. I'm certainly not excluding the possibility. We could borrow the fantastic gameplay mechanic from Dead Space and let it spin. Cool weapon. Hey, Dimitar. Welcome back. What the shit? Oh. Well, that's probably why. Sure. There we go. I don't want to be too tall, so it leaves the side of the screen. Not bad. I don't want to overdo it. Okay, let's save this. Position the center right there. I feel like we have something that we've already made, but I totally forgot about it. Grabby gun. That's right. Okay, so we have the grabby gun already. I don't know if I'm gonna keep it. It's literally just a... all I need is to yoink the Half-Life gravity gun sounds, and this will be just a complete ripoff. Okay. Looks like it can mine stuff. That is precisely what this is for. Nice. Looks a little bit better. Both arms can be shifted and rotated against each other. If that is a feature that I'm gonna end up going with, we'll do it. Yeah, let's just keep it the way it is. That's fine. Okay, cool. Let's get the ball rolling on getting this out. God, there's so many meshes. Should I keep everything separate? Let's join a lot of these things together. Okay. Do not export. Okay. What is it? We're gonna call it spinner. I'm not making any promises. Body. Screen. It's gonna be part of the body. U. Cylinder. I'm gonna make it part of U. Okay. Cool. Alright. I'm gonna export this. Engine. Models. Inventory item. This should be a GLTF file if we want to aim for possibly making it spin. Models, inventory items, right. Mining gun. Man, it's already dark as shit outside. It's only 6:40. Welcome to winter, fuckers. I just realized it was Zoltan said Tyson from above. Okay, come on. Export, you shit. Thank you. See, all you gotta do is ask nicely. Okay, I can't possibly just save this. Mining gun. Shit. Wrong orientation. Okay. Cursor to center. Around cursor. R. Z. 90. Negative 90. It's got to be looking down that way. Okay. That is going to cause issues. Especially with this guy. Okay. Take 2. Should do proper export orientation right away, though. Okay. Nice. That is humongous. Take 3. Okay. I think this still might be a bit big, but let's place it into the level and see what it is. Grabby gun, this is mining gun. Far side. The freaking chocolate bar. The ration. That's not too bad. It's still a little large. Just in comparison to the hands. Okay. All right. think this works okay. We would have to really figure out how are we going to handle the animations. And movement. But, okay. Took us an hour, but we did make a design of what could possibly end up being the mining gun. Our next step would be to animate and program it. Cool. Okay, so break time. 10 minutes-ish. Alrighty, we are back. What do we got? Okay, we got the mining tool, at least made. We haven't done the mining mechanic. We gotta get it up and running. Switch gas canister vertical. Oh god. Okay, let's get the animation of the hand holding this thing. So into props. We should load up OBJ. That's not an OBJ actually. We extracted GLTF. Which might be kind of a pain in the butt, to be honest. Let's just quickly extract OBJ. Not in the engine, in the models. Into items, mining gun, selection only. Import. Do not split. Nice. Okay. We're going to tell this to be a part of child of constraint. Child of armature item right. Oh, that's interesting. Clear inverse. Maybe that was the problem with the the top up can of breath. When it shifted magically, it's because I didn't clear the inverse. Okay, well, that's fine. We have the idle. Reset. I'm actually going to copy reset because there's no other frames in there. Okay, take out mining gun. Protect. That FOV is not looking too great. Just approximate. That's where we want the hand to be. We're gonna ignore the other hand for the time being. Just loosely position it here. Or I guess not. Okay. Let's say for now this is fine. This whole thing is about 30 frames long. There should be no more frames. I'll push it down and extract. FPS hands. Okay. Any day now. Hello, Godot. Blender's taking sweet ass time. I thought we were past this. Come on. Come on. Whoops. Okay. Finally. Alright, so I don't have this item defined, and I need an icon for it, preferably. $128, $128. Sure, that works. The angle's there. We'll re-render the icon. What? The hell is that? Oh, it's the cube. Oh, it's the old body. Get out of here. Image. Save. Okay, this is inventory. Sprites, yes. Mining gun. Okay, go to scripts. Master node. Place it next. Right here. What is it? Mining tool is the official name. A mining gun is going to be the dev acronym. Alright, that's good. Let's see. Okay, so I can take it. Steven, are you still there? We need to be able to eat the rations. Have you seen this? Little one-time use pop-ups. Didn't see that before. Yep, just did it today. Earlier. Nice. Perfect. Okay. Cool. So, we need to be able to equip the item. Okay. So I suppose now we have to consider how exactly are we going to do this. We have this thing. Next slot, next tool button, previous tool button. This moves our inventory slot. So I think this right here could potentially be where we can handle equipping an item. Tool, equip. Okay, so we'll do this, call this here, and then also call this right here. Okay, if inventory has an item under the selected hotbar slot, then if okay, we can't really equip anything and everything. Only tools can be equipped. So we need to know if something is a tool. So we can do this. Type tool. Same thing for the grabby gun. The rest, type resource. Might have to further subdivide with the consumables. For now, this is okay. So only if something is a tool will it be grabbed. We figured this out when we were working on Dreadtail. Before we added hands, we could hold anything and everything. Okay. Cool. Alright, so we go back to the player. If inventory selected hotbar slot tool is, or whoops, type is tool. Anything that is a tool can be equipped. Okay, so that means there has to be an animation for the tool. Oh boy. Okay. This is where we get into animation tree state machine shenanigans. Okay, so we know that there's going to be takeout mining gun. It doesn't go anywhere when it's done. It just stays here. Maybe we'll have some sort of like a mining gun loop. Okay. Animation state, travel. Now, take out, and then we have to use the ID of the item to figure out what it is that we're taking out. Now, the ID of the mining gun is, it's not ID, it's item ID. Item ID. Okay, so that is mining underscore gun. So this would be takeout underscore mining underscore gun. Yes. Okay, what are you complaining about? Identifier selected hotvirbar. Okay. Cool. Okay. Well, for a split second it tries something, but I think it's being taken over by our idle code. Okay. And this is where we play the insert. This is where we play extract. Animation tree. Advanced expression based node. What the heck? Okay. Animation tree is inactive. The shit are you talking about? Need to change the state? I need to do something. The thing is, I have a piece of code that smoothly transitions the idle. Okay, so anytime we talk here, light stick grab, use last breath can, take out, extract, insert. Okay, now this is in the root. So idle. Our idle has our swim and the idle here. Okay. So technically, we should be able to get from idle to here. Maybe that's why it doesn't actually move to that, because there's no path to that state. Okay. Oh, well, it tried something. Interesting. I didn't actually want it to go there right away. But, I mean, it did exactly what I told them to do, which is the idle is going to go to this. Don't want that to be the case. Go away. I suppose we're here. We're in the idle, which means it's going to either do this, or it's going to do a swim animation. So, we might just have to place it here. We do have a state machine that we can nest in here. Although, we do tell it to go right away into the extract here. Yeah, it's working with the other animations indeed. But, I think it's just being overwritten somewhere, which might just be in some sort of an idle state check. State idle. Okay, here we go. Animation tree, parameters. Now this is going specifically into the idle. And it's transitioning the various animations. Maybe because we're doing this, it causes it to assume that we're supposed to be in idle and automatically moves into idle. And just to keep in mind, this state is not the same as the animation tree state. Okay, let me double check something. So if we go into inventory slot, what is it? Tool process, tool equip. Okay, I'm just gonna do this. State equals, doesn't matter what it is, as long as it's not idle. No, it's just instantaneous. Let me double check if the animation got imported correctly. Take out mining gun. Okay, the animation is there. Debugger errors. No such node. Take out mining gun. What? Where? Probably a incorrect travel node. Take out, and what's it called here? Take underscore out. Heh. That's my mistake. Okay. Should, I think takeout should be one word. Okay, and then this has to change. And then this has to change. Technically it doesn't, but just for my own sanity. There we go. Get this exported. Antoine, welcome back. Assets, models, layer. This is GLB. It's not assets, it's engine. Yes. And then FPS hands. Cool. Christmas Spirit is crazy at the store this week. 5 12+ hour shifts. Man. Antoine, do you really need a fancy car? I feel like if you downgrade to a nice beater, your entire life is going to be so much simpler. Do people in Quebec really look at your car and be like, "Ha ha ha, filthy peasant"? Okay. So God damn it, Godot. You suck as shit. Stop crashing. I don't need this. Sacre bleu. Okay. I mean, it's still trying to run the old animation, I think. Take out mining gun. No such node. Okay. They said the word takeout is one word now. Ah. There we go. Should I bother with smooth transitions between various animations? Like putting away an item, that sort of deal. Nice. Okay. That works. We just need to get it to instantiate the tool. So this would be tool equip. Okay. Spawn the tool. Okay, so we're gonna load the scene and then instantiate it immediately. Then get tree, current scene, add child item. Next, this node, remote path, has to be the path of the item, and that's it. And now we're holding the item. Nice. I love it. Okay. That's a familiar problem. Why the shit is it sideways? We've been through this before. It's at 90 degrees. Yes. Unless it is on the right hand. The right hand is the correct one. Okay, hold on a second. So, mining gun, you stay there. You talk to mining gun. Still called grabby gun for some reason. Why are you like this? What went wrong? What? Am I crazy or... What? I didn't animate this thing sideways. Y'all saw that, right? The shit was pointing forward. What the hell? What the fuck's is this happening? God damn it. Welcome to Goofy World. Okay, I have no idea. I know. Okay. Hopefully it's just a bunch of 90 degrees offsets. Doubt it. Might be okay. The record button is there. Yes. Alright. Goofy ass shit. Export. Please don't waste my time. A rotation that was not applied. Okay. Alright. There we go. That's what I like to see. It's not quite straight, but that's besides the point. Okay. So it looks okay. Obviously, we're not supposed to be able to move while we have this thing equipped until we get ourselves the proper upgrade. We also have the caustics following us in an unnatural way. We'll have to make them static and then have them spawn in one after another. I'm also thinking that the size of that screen is going to be completely inadequate, and I might have to do some sort of a holographic screen. I'm gonna run this tool equip function whenever we pick something up as well. Interact. Interact process. Interact group. Interact. Inventory item. Like that. So when we pick it up, it's actually going to react. We'll have to make sure that it does double check if the item that we've picked up is already the one that we have. There we go. Wonder if I'll be able to save a lot of space if I were to cut out this middle part and then move everything closer. Like this. The handle is still in the right place. That shouldn't really bother us. Okay. Engine. Oh. GLTF. Models. Inventory items. Mining gun. Like to hang out here when I'm working on some things. Yeah. Misery loves company. I'm currently doing some UVs. There you go. Ready? That's the problem with FPS models. You can't make them too long because they just shrink it to the Bolivian. What do you mean, Oblivion, champ? Whatever, motherfucker! Okay, there we go. That's good. Alright, let's see. Surprise me. Please look good. Or at least better. Raven! Good day. Yeah, okay. That does look a little bit better. Okay. Now, how are we going to handle the mining? You know what? While I'm here, let me see about trying to do some sort of idle. Let's see, take out mining gun, idle. Actually, no, we don't do that. We copy it. Idle mining gun. Okay, it's still the long one here, but that's okay. Okay. Got a dancing thumb syndrome. Where are you going? Actually, no, that's the wrist twist twisting without my say so. Oh, actually no. It's because there's another animation overlapping with it. Yes. There we go. Okay. It's kind of an assy loop, but it will do just fine. Idle mining gun. Okay, so we'll do export. Before we do that, let's go ahead and hide the gun. Export Gultuf, and then this is going to go to Sublinaris, engine, models, layer, PS hands, export and delay tracks. Bop, bop, boppity boop, boop, boop. Working on Witch of Endor? I don't know what you're talking about, sir. See, this is what happens when I miss a day of development. I sacrifice the next day that's supposed to be for a different project to do this project. It's okay. Saturday, Sundays for mini games. Okay. So, we're going to go to the animation tree. Yeah, come on. This is idle. It's not here. Did I push it? Of course I didn't push it. Because why would I push it? What am I, a smart man? Mm-hmm. Thank you for not crashing. Idle. Okay, so this one is gonna go here, and it has to do so at end. Okay, so now we got a bit of an idle animation. It's not looping. We did not use the keyword loop. There we go. Do that again. Yeah, okay, that works. So we're only supposed to be able to move like this while having the gun equipped when we upgrade the auto thrusters. When our suit has auto thrusters. Otherwise, we have to pause our ass, stand in one place, and then equip the tool and mine. And if we want to swim again, well, then we have to deselect the tool. What the? Oh god. We're spawning infinite. Nice, there you go. Also, breaching the surface does not seem to replenish our oxygen. Okay. Above water, true. If above water, then oxygen plus equals, what are we going to be adding? I think we need to reclaim oxygen faster. There we go. Huh, I guess I can actually just do this. Clamp it up. Ooh, mill done. Long time no see. Oxygen plus equals 30 times delta. Okay, that should be fine. We have also a bug where if we start drowning, it is going to keep playing it even if we start breaching oxygen. Start breaching the water, we're getting oxygen from the inside. Okay, so ground sequence animation player is playing. If it's false, we play this sequence. Else, if it is true, oh, that's an oxygen timer timeout. Probably don't want to do it here, because as soon as we breach, we have to wait for this timer to run out to reset. So I am probably going to do this in the process. Okay. If get oxygen while drowning, slowly restore. So if oxygen is above 0 and it's playing, it needs to play in reverse. I guess so. If it is playing, I need to play backwards. No blend required, but I do wonder if it's going to start from the end of the animation. Hopefully not. Okay. I need to get myself out of oxygen quickly. Need to make a debugger item, which is the oxygen, the last breath oxygen thing, but instead of adding oxygen, takes away. Just a big old can of carbon dioxide. Or chlorine gas, there you go. Okay. Oh, right. I need a thing. Okay, so Dev drowning sequence prog. Okay, so there we go. And then we consume. And it's playing in the reverse. Okay. Not bad. Okay, now are you gonna stop? Yes. Actually, no. You just kind of said whatever. That's it. We're perpetually alive, but we cannot do anything else. Why? Oh, right. When the drowning sequence ends, dead becomes true. That blocks all of our motion. Okay, now we need to know if it was being played in reverse or forward. Right. It's part of the reason why I don't usually rely on playing the animation forward or backwards. Animation player. No, that's tree. Perfectus totalis. Sounds like heresy to me. Okay. Speed scale. 1 If set to a negative value, the animation is played in reverse. If set to 0, animation will not advance. Okay. Maybe that's going to be a good tell. Let's see. Speed scale. I'm going to print this. Oh, Petrificus totalis. Whoops. Okay, so speed is 1. I'm going to give myself a thing. And then consume. Okay, it still says speed is 1. So not a good way to see if it's playing in reverse. Is playing. Get playing speed. Let's try this. I reckon it might give me the same exact information. Okay. Why? Hey! This one gives me a -1. That is perfect. Okay, so I'm gonna go over here and then get playing speed. So if this is a positive number, so higher than 0, then this means it was played forward. Yes. Nice. Oh. Right, the spacebar shortcut. Okay. There we go. That gives us some oxygen. Plays backwards. Okay. Now we can still interact. That's good. I'm gonna wait for the timer to run out again. And then we're gonna try breaching the surface to see if we can get oxygen and cancel out the drowning sequence that way. Mm-hmm. Okay, you need to actually make it to the surface. There we go. Yeah, okay, that fixes that problem. And maybe while we're here, not a moment too soon either, while we're here, I can make the surface of the water follow the player, the god rays. Survival ration, surface god rays. Okay, so attach a script. Scripts. Yes. We need to acquire the player. We know that the player is a part of a group. Player group. Get first node in group. player group. And then in the process, we're simply going to say global position equals player node global position. Now we don't care about the up and down axis. So times vector 3 x and z we keep, but for the y we're going to use our own position. Okay. That should effectively force the particle system for the light rays to always be where we are. Unless I balls that up. Oh, I did ball something up. Set instance transform. Oh, we can't multiply it. Right. We're not multiplying it. Alright, that's fine. I'll just do this. X, Z. Oh, okay, so I'm pretty sure it's okay now. Okay, yep. So we have light rays generating all around. The depth blur actually seems to be affecting our light rays. That's a bit of a problem. The depth blur does not know. Okay, that's fine. We'll solve that some other time. We also need to remove the item after having used it. Well, alright. It's a little buggy. There's a few things we need to figure out. Mining is not done yet. Refill breath on surface. Run keybind. Yeah, okay. So we did stuff. Some of the stuff wasn't on the list. Alright, well, it's better than nothing. I think we've actually done a pretty sizable chunk of progress. Now we have some tools, some foundation. We can refill the oxygen now. Even though we technically had a big canister we could have done, we could have used before. Having the little ones, I think, is going to be nice and handy. Cool. We're going to have to make the caustics have a bluish color as well. Because, you know, Not a whole lot of room for warm color, even though this looks really cool. The contrast just makes sense, but you know, we are underwater. It's got to be blue tint. It gives a much more lonely feel, to be honest. I'm gonna do a quick fix while we're here. When we do our tool equip, if we already have the tool equipped, then it shouldn't equip it again. Okay. Now we're checking if it has an item, but we also need to check if it has switched. Okay, here's how we can do it. Old equipped item null. Instead of checking if it has, we're going to attempt to get. Let me try this. So if old equipped item is not the same as us attempting to get an item from the inventory slot, then something has definitely changed. Now, if that something is a valid item and it's a tool, it's going to grab it. Else, if it is nothing, then we should have nothing in our hand. So we should travel to idle, and we need to get rid of the thing that we're holding. Get node, remote path, queue free, and then tell the remote path it is node path with an empty string. And then when this becomes not the same, we're going to make it be the same. The get function will give us null if it fails to find the thing, so it still gives us a response. And this is how we will know if something has changed, so it doesn't double equip the same exact thing twice. Okay. And it has failed. Son of a gun. If it's not the same, we make it be the same. This has to be done in both cases if it's nothing or if it's not a tool. Because we were switching between two valid items. It's just one of them cannot be held. There we go. Okay, it's a little crude. As a matter of fact, I can do this. I can make it travel to empty. Make the animation travel to the empty hand. Because we have a empty state out of view. That's where we're going to travel. Because it neatly transitions back into idle. It's not the cleanest, but it'll get the job done. There we go. Oh, and we died. Why did we die? Cannot collect method Q free in a null value. We were not holding anything. If it does not contain an empty value, let go and destroy. Same thing here. A couple little fixes. There we go. This idle is like really slow. Maybe we can do another one. Out of view. This wire transitions immediate auto. I guess the out of view animation probably has like a few seconds to it. Out of view. 4 seconds in total. Right. Okay. Easy fix. We're going to make another animation called out of view quick. And then anytime we need to return the hands from let's say out of view to the body, to the idle, we can make it go to the out of view quick. Well, that's out of view loop, by the way. Hit duplicate. Out of view quick. Go. And there should be no frames there. I don't know what the heck is in there. But let's set it to... what is it? Quick, protect. Ah. There is a frame in there. There we go. Okay. So 15 frames. Cool. Get this out of here. Okay, so we should have auto view quick here now. Animation tree. Animation. Out of view quick. We are going to make it transition to idle. And this is going to be done immediate. That's perfect. Okay. Okay. It's too quick. Maybe we'll do at end. Oh, hold on a second. Immediate. And then the transition time has to be non-instant. So nice that you can actually set these things up. There we go. It's a little stiff, but it'll get the job done. We can probably do some sort of a actual smooth animation. Cool. All right, that's it. I think we can wrap it up for today. 5.5 hours. 30 minutes, give or take. The 30 minutes is the break times. Not bad. You can set the curve of fade. Oh yeah, that could possibly be very quite handy. So, does it go from 1 to 0 or 0 to 1? Quickly double check that. Oh boy. Yeah, it's probably from 0 to 1. I think it would be nice if you could adjust these curves more than just up and down. Yeah. It's probably going to be better to make an animation. That's okay. Cool, though. Alright. That should be it. Pretty good progress. Kind of wish we could do mining, but yeah, we've spent a lot of time figuring things out. That's it. Thanks everybody for watching. We'll continue in the next one. Alrighty.